Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody, or good evening. We are back. It's day 4 of the $50,000 FTMO challenge, and we're live on the charts. First, let me give you guys an update. This is where we are right now. So this is where I ended last night. Unfortunately, I had 2 losses today. Guess I learned my lesson not to trade out of my normal times. However, those 2 losses made me look into why I possibly lost them, and I'll show you what happened here. One was on all USD. Yeah. So we did have a signal here, which I took, and then it stopped me out. And similar on I was GBP USD. We also had a signal here and then stopped me out. So I looked into this and I was like, okay, what can I do to avoid that in the future? So I changed the template a little bit. I brought back an old indicator that I used in my first free template that is still available in the Telegram chat. And I added that, and I hope you can see that on your screen. It's those gray dotted lines. And we did not come out of that at that point when the trade was valid. So I removed all the yellow arrows. I removed any kind of arrow, actually. I just left the dot, and we only get small little gray arrows now when the price actually comes out of that band, as you can see here, or on the top here, on the bottom, also in between. But again, we ignore everything in between. For us, it's only interesting when the price comes out of the big blue band, like in this case, for example. And let me show you how you would have handled that. So we did get the first confirmation, price is coming out of the band. We had the red dot. Now that that is fulfilled, now we can concentrate on the bottom indicators. We had exhaustion. We are in the oversold area, so now it's just a matter of finding an entrance. So in this case, it would be valid to take an entry as soon as the bottom indicator agree, because we were coming out and had those arrows here. So then we look down here and we can see this is green, green, green. Now this turns red and the other 2 are green. Now we had 2 red and 1 green, still nothing. And then this one turns red, and then finally this one turns red here. So this would have been the entry right in this candle, and you can see that was pretty much the top. So that's how I take my entries from now on. No more arrows, nothing. It's just we need the dot, we need the arrows, and then when we have both plus the exhaustion, then we can look for an entry with the bottom indicators. So this same here today. If you would have followed these rules, you can see we did not come out of the band at all until here, and we got those little arrows, which is an indication the price came out. It's just a visual help. We did have the dot already. We didn't have the arrows. So now from that moment on, it's just a matter of getting an entry. So we need 3 green, which happened right here on this candle. So this would have been the entry candle, stop loss right underneath, and we wouldn't have been in that trade now. So that would have kept us out of 2 losing trades. And like I said, we don't have all the yellow arrows up and down everywhere. It's basically just a matter of getting price out of the band, the dot, and the arrows. And once we have those, plus the exhaustion, then we can start looking for an entry. And in this case, the last confirmation was these arrows here, and then we look and we can see that at this point right here we had all three on the bottom agree to green, which was in this candle. And again, this was pretty much the bottom. Stop loss underneath here, and off we go. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, tonight we're just gonna trade on GBP USD, even though we missed that entry. I'm not even gonna bother anymore with the other pairs, because like I said, I like to trade the GBP USD and I'm used to it, and I'm not familiar with the other pairs. Each pair has their own characteristics and I'm not used to it, and I'm not going to mess up the challenge by trying to trade pairs I never traded before. That doesn't make sense, so I'm going to stay away from that, especially having 2 losses for the day already. Yeah, this is MyFXBook. It's still not working. I don't know why. I sent them an email today. I haven't heard back. I'm just gonna show that, you know, I mean, I can update it here. Let me reload it. There you go. So this is not a screenshot or anything like that. You can see we had 2 losses with the win that we had this morning. We lost altogether 437 over the day because we were up about 500. So between the 500 profit from this morning and then the 2 losses I had this afternoon or evening, we're down 437 over the day. So we're back at 2.62%. Not what I wanted, but it is what it is. On the economic calendar I looked. Let's just see. There was only one. There was a couple of high impact news, but they're not coming in until 7 hours and 30 minutes from now. So around 8:30 a.m. my time. Hopefully by that time we are out of the market. I'm just gonna keep a note in my head, like 8 a.m. Try to stay out or close the trade before the news comes out, because we have several here. We have the core inflation rate, we have inflation rate. There was something else. Oh yeah, here. Consumer sentiment, whatever that is. So there's quite a few high impact news. There was some, yeah. It was 3, I remember. So, and 2 of them are in 7 hours 29 minutes. So that's 8:30 a.m. my time. So by 8 a.m. I'm trying to get out of a trade if I'm still in one, and then call it a night. Okay, so far so good. Let's just see what happens here. Like I said, it's gonna be really boring, but that's how trading is. We just missed that entry here, so we're gonna just wait and see what happens. It's now 1 a.m. so that's our trading time. Oh yeah, also short explanation. I did add a currency strength meter here, so that makes it easier instead of looking on a separate website. And I did mark a line here, horizontal line, and this is referring to this order block here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Come on. So yeah, when we went down, we left this order block behind, and the order block starts right here. It's this candle here. So I marked that line because I think if we come up from where we are now, we might get a rejection here and turnaround point, which coincides with price being above the band. So I just marked it out to see what happens in that area. It's not necessarily that we turn around right there, but it's good to have that on the chart as a reminder that this could be the turnaround point, because that's the only order block that's left behind and has some imbalance that has to be filled too. So it's not much, but it's a little bit. So market has a reason to come back here. Let's see what happens. And again, that coincides with the strategy rules that price needs to come out of the blue band, which this area would be right above it. And this is quite a large order block. It's from here all the way to here. This whole area is an order block, so to speak. So anywhere in here could be the turnaround point. And I guess that's what we're gonna wait for. Or price coming back out on the bottom and giving us another entry. Either way. So that's my game plan for tonight. Is there anything else? Nope, that's it. So let's just see what happens. Oh yeah, there was a comment on, I think it was last night's video or the video before, I can't remember. One of the videos that we did, the live trading videos, where someone asked about adding my exact trades with price and pips and profit and whatnot in one of the corners of the screen. Honestly, I understand where you're coming from. However, this is me just trading the FTMO challenge, and it puts enough stress on me as it is to do it live. So I don't feel like I have to put all this data on the chart. Now, if I would do this every night, and this would be a regular thing, and I would trade every night with you guys, and then I can see that. But for me, it's just trading the FTMO challenge and be done with it. And, you know, give you guys a show, if you can call it that. That's pretty much it. So this is not going to be a regular thing. I'd rather trade not live, but my own, quietly, have some music playing. I hate sitting here not having music, to be honest, which I can't have because of the YouTube copyright restrictions. Jesus, I can't even talk anymore. So I'm just gonna go through the challenge, trade live, and when I'm done, I'm done. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna make a big fuss about, the design surroundings and put a lot of work into that. I'm concentrating on my FTMO challenge. So no offense, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but that's just a little bit too much to ask for. Now, if I would do this every night and my channel would be based on live trading every night, then yeah, I could probably add a thing here and there, and I would definitely take some suggestions into consideration. But in this case, like I said, it's just about the FTMO challenge for me. That's the most important thing, and I just figured if I go live with it and do it live, then it's more or less to hold myself accountable, to follow my own rules, which I already broke, and I took 2 hits on that. So I have to get back to that. And yeah, like I said, I just want to get through the challenge. That's it. I hope you can understand that. Okay, so here we are. Now we might get a pullback entry going up because we missed that entry down here. Like I said, when I lost the second time, I fiddled with the template. By the time I got it to this state, we were already up here, so I missed that entry, unfortunately. Which is a bummer, taking 2 hits on that and then still missing the trade. Let me show you what I mean by pullback entry. So here we had price going up, and you can see came back, and we did get those arrows here. So, and we had a red here on that indicator. So as soon as that switches back to green, that means the pullback is over. We could take a pullback entry here and then ride it up. Same here. We had this arrow cluster here, you can see that. And at the same time, we had this indicator going into green. And then as soon as we get the arrows and this switches back to red, which is right on this candle here, we could have taken an entry here and take that pullback entry and going down. So it's not necessarily said that we cannot get an entry here going up. It is definitely going up, but I just don't want to take like an entry right now out of the blue, so I would wait for a pullback entry, if anything. Yeah, so let's just see what happens. If you do get a pullback entry, fine. If not, we wait for the reverse entry on the top and take that one. Or if it decides to come back one more time and go underneath, you get a buy entry. Depends on what the market wants to do. I also think the chart looks a little bit cleaner now without having the yellow arrows everywhere. Here. That would work. And we don't have any more indicators here, okay. Some of the indicators only go back a few days and then stop printing. So I can't look back too far. But I think I'm on the right track here. Like I said, if I would have waited for those arrows here on the bottom and price actually did come out of the band, that would have kept me from having a losing trade here and a losing trade on AUD/USD. AUD/USD was the same thing basically. Yeah, I took an entry right here. No, actually it was right here. Yeah, took an entry here and got stopped out, and then right when I got stopped out, we got those arrows. We already did have the dot. So right here would have been the entry, the actual entry, and still going up at this point. It's very unfortunate, but like I said, hopefully that keeps us from losing trades in the future. And also I should not trade out of my trading times. I learned that lesson definitely the hard way now. So all right, back on the GBP USD. I'm also going to get rid of that. Yeah, I'll do that later. I don't really need the ATR indicator with this system here. And I really don't necessarily look at strength, but sometimes it's interesting to see what's going on with the currency strength. But I don't necessarily use it. It's just handy to have it on a chart instead of having to go into a browser window and then go to the website and look it up there. If you just have it here, that's a lot easier. already updated the account size for the stop loss calculation. So that's where we are at right now. So depending which stop loss gets closest, I'm gonna use, and then the lot size accordingly. I'm gonna put in 15 pips for now, so that would be 3.42. I can still change that if I have to, but 15 pips on GBP USD on a 5-minute is definitely a good stop loss. It might be 10, might be 20, depending on how the setup is. Like from yesterday New York session, you can see that we had price coming out here. Then we did get the dot. That was the only thing that was missing. And again, we do not take a trade in the band, so we would have had to wait for price to come out, which it did here. So we could have taken an entry here, and even though it came a good portion back, yeah, that would have been a 16 pip stop loss. It's actually not so bad. So that would have been an entry in New York session yesterday. Again, rules are price needs to come out of both bands, which it did here. And then we need to have the arrows, which we did have at that point, but we also need that red dot, which came in a little bit late here. And on this candle, and again, we do not take trades on the band. So we wait for price to come out again, and you can either grab it here. Stop loss always has to be at the highest point of the turning point. Or if that's too much for you, you can wait and then see. And in this case, we do get another up candle here. So you could have grabbed it here with a 16 pip stop loss, which would have been good enough for me. So I would have probably grabbed it there. And then it did go against the trade, but it did not hit the stop loss up here. So we were in drawdown for five minutes, and then it took off going down. This was a beautiful entry that we missed yesterday because I was dabbling with the other pairs. You can see price did come out. We had the arrows, we had the dot. All the bottom indicator agreed, and then you could have taken the entry right here. That would have been a 9 pip stop loss, and exit again is the other side, so either here or when the candle closed. That was a beautiful entry. Simple, easy, quick, and never even looked back. We were only drawdown for one candle, and that was it. So maybe we get something like this today too. That would be nice. And those kind of entries you usually get during London session and the New York session. Like I said, it's not like we do not get signals outside of those two sessions. Let me show you one that I actually took and that it worked out. I actually took this entry here that I showed before price came out. Now with the new rules, we have our arrows, we have our dot. Once that happens, we have to look down to the indicators. We already had exhaustion, we were in the oversold area, so we could check mark those two. And now it's just a matter of those three to agree with the red, going red. And that doesn't happen until right here. That's where they finally agree, and that would have been the entry candle right here. Stop loss right above, that would have been a 7 pip stop loss, and then it just went down. Now this entry was outside of the two sessions. I took it anyway because it was very clear. There was not much drama to it, it just took forever to come down, but it worked out. So, but this here, for example, is a London New York session entry, and you can see again price coming out of the blue band. We get our arrows, we get our dot. So at that point we looked down, we had exhaustion, we are in the oversold area, and by the time we get the dot right on the close of that candle, it happens to be that all three are green. So you could have taken it right here. That would have been 15 pip stop loss, and this was a 150 pip run. But those are the kind of entries you get during London and New York session. That's why I prefer to trade during those sessions. And when I try to trade out of them, like I did today, I get punished. So I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm gonna stick to my 1 a.m. to 3 p.m. window and take the first setup, do one trade, and then I'm out of the market. That's it. Okay. Now we're just waiting for price to come out on either side, and then we pay attention. I think I did add an alert that when price hits the blue band, we will get a notification. I think so. I'm not quite sure if I did that. At least I plan on doing it. So we'll see. And also, once you take a trade, your target is the other side, the blue band. So you do not pay attention to anything that happens in between. Supports printing or sell signals coming in, like the start here, for example. Just do not pay attention to that. It's all about, like here, yesterday in New York, you can see that we had a resistance printing here and then resistance printing here, and we even had arrows, and then it went even down a little bit. Do not pay attention to that. Like I said, you enter here and you keep your profit target at the blue band and then just move it down as the band moves down, and then finally here's your profit target hit. Simple as that. And once your profit target is hit, then you can look for an entry going the other way. And in this case, like I said, unfortunately the red dot didn't come in until here. And that's when we had all confirmations. However, we have to wait for price to come back out, which it did here. So you can either grab it here, or you wait one more candle to get under a 20 pip stop loss here. So in this case, it would have worked out, and then you grab it up here and off we go. So you only would have been in drawdown for a little bit. And then here, same thing, we had some buy dots, but you can see they're like in the middle of the band, so you can completely ignore it. Whatever happens inside the band, you can ignore it. It did hit the band the first time right around here. Like I said, there's a repainting indicator, but still, if you take profit here from here, that would have been a nice, even if it's just here, 56 pips. Straight down, almost. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you just wait for an entry, and like I said, we had a buy dot here, but we need to wait for our little arrows, which we finally get here. And so once we have both confirmations and price visited the outside area, which it did before, but did again here, then it's just a matter of waiting for those bottom indicators to agree on green, which happened right on this candle. And then you can take your entry here, stop loss right underneath, and off you go. So hopefully that will avoid a couple of losses that I took today. Hey John Doe, are you still there? No. He might have left. Anyway, while you're here, do me a favor, hit the like button on the video. It helps the channel. Also, if you want to participate in the chat, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because I limited the chat to subscribers. I also have the Telegram channel open in a second. There we go. All right. Yeah, I explained that in the beginning of the video. So I assume that was you leaving that comment. This is all about me trading the FTMO challenge. This is not a regular thing. I'm not going to be here every night. It's just during my challenge, and then I'm stopping live trading again. One, for the reason that I miss my music in the background, to be honest. And the only reason I'm doing the live trading at the moment is to basically hold myself accountable and to also show off the system at the same time. But I'm not planning on making this a regular everyday thing, so I'm not going to invest too much in building this all out and having the trades and the pip counter and whatnot. I do have a pip counter down here, so when I am in a trade, you can see how many pips I'm up, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I show the trade size that I'm doing. I mean, this is the 50,000 FTMO account, so this is all calculated on the current account size, different stop losses that I used, the equivalent trading size that I take. So it is kind of there, it's just not always there, if that makes sense. I have enough with that FTMO and live trading that puts additional stress on me, so I don't want to put even more workload on myself, if that makes sense. You're welcome to watch, you're welcome to rewatch, you're welcome to skip through the video to the interesting parts when you see a trade is open and then go back and see what happened. That's fine. Like I said, I'm not expecting anyone to sit here for 8 hours with me through the whole scenario, but this is as good as it gets. And then once the challenge is done, I'm out. Well, I have the verification phase after that, but once the verification phase is done and I pass the challenge overall, then the live trading is basically over. I'd rather go back to my not live trading and have my music playing and have my own time and can do whatever I want. And I don't have to talk for 7 hours straight. This is basically just for me to show off the system, how it works, and then at the same time hold myself accountable to my own rules. That's the only reason why I'm online and trade live, for the purpose of this challenge. After that, I'm gone. Now, if I would do that every night, I know there's channel out there that literally go online every night when the market is open, of course, and they have it all built out with nice stats and this and that on the side, and a nice camera where you can also see the guy. And I get it, this is more boring, but like I said, this is pretty much as good as it gets on this channel here for now, at least. Who knows what comes in the future? I don't know. Once the challenge is done, I'm just planning on trading, posting some recaps of trades that I took, or as they happen. Maybe I can do that. Show that I took an entrance here, that I entered a trade at that point, why I entered, and then as the trade concludes, I can post an update video, something like that. But once the challenge is done, I have already plans on building the system out in a way that it combines all the indicator into one. So basically, all you're gonna have is one buy and sell arrow, and that's it. So you're not gonna have all those indicators on the chart. You literally have a naked chart, and it gives you a buy arrow and a sell arrow. They're gonna be non-repained. However, they're not gonna be 100%, meaning you can still lose a trade. It still happens even with the best system. But instead of having all those indicators on the chart, all you're gonna have is one buy and one sell arrow with notification, and then you can go from there. Okay, let me see if you see. Yeah, the problem is I would have to have copyright-free music, if that makes sense, and I don't have any. So I would have to sit down and see if I can find some online, download them, and then curate a playlist, so to speak. And like I said, there's a little bit of work involved, and I have to have the copyright information in the description of the video for YouTube. Otherwise, they strike the channel or the video itself. Like I said, this is a lot of work, and I'm not willing to do that just for the 2 weeks that I'm doing this challenge. I'm just not. Like I said, if I would do that every night, absolutely, I totally agree with you. Having some music playing, having stats on the screen would be a lot more interesting. I get that, but for the purpose of going through that challenge, I'm not gonna change much of the format for now and put a lot of additional work and stress on myself for that. I hope you can understand that. Can the system you're trading works on indices? I don't know. Hold on, let me check. Like I said, John, I don't want to be rude or anything. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you from your perspective. It would definitely be a lot more interesting and a lot more easy to watch, so to speak. I totally understand where you're coming from. But like I said, I'm not going to do this every night. This is just for the couple of weeks, hopefully, that I do this challenge and nothing more. Oh, wrong one. I'm not sure if... I'm sure they have indices. Let me check FTMO. Futures. I guess equities? No, that's stocks. Stocks, futures. Nope. Cash. Ah, there we go. Where's US 30? There you go. Yeah, they do have it. Every broker has a different name for it. Let me see what happens. Let's go. Where is... give me a second, Will. I'm looking into it. I'm missing... Why am I missing an indicator? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look into that. For now, it looks like it's not working on indices. That's strange. Let me go back. I think I just lost an indicator by switching to indices. Can that be? Let me go back here. Yeah, I did. Huh. Okay, I gotta find this one. This is strange. Yeah, I would have to put some additional work into it to make it work for indices. It's possible that it works, but I would have to look into it. I have no experience with indices, to be honest. So I'm not quite sure. And I don't want to tell you it will work when I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I'm gonna just let me check here one more time, because this was a little weird. Ah, I grabbed the wrong indicator, that's why. No, I did not. Give me 1 sec. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. For some reason that US 30 chart threw my template off for some reason. I don't know why. This is not the right indicator. Let me go back here. Oh, that's the right one. Okay. I was missing something here. It's weird that it killed that indicator off the chart. Okay. Let me just get it back to where I had it, and then I check again on the indices. I hope that was just a fluke. Almost there. Almost there. It's weird that I would remove that indicator from. Let me save it this time. Save template. Okay. So let me check again. US 30. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, it looks like it's working on indices too. Let me see. So price comes out here. We had the dot here. We had the arrows here, and then you would not enter here, but you could enter here. Yeah, it does work. And then once you get your entry, you write it down until here, which we just had. So looks like there's a turnaround coming. So we had both both confirmations for a reversal here. And now it's just a matter of time for the indicators to agree, which they did right here, but then we would have to wait for the support dot. So here would have been your entry, stop loss underneath here, and yeah, we're going up right now. So it does actually work. Looks like it's working on indices. And yeah, it looks like we're going up on the US 30. If you're in a long right now, you're sitting good. I don't trade indices, so I'm not really familiar with it. But yeah, here, same thing. Price comes out of the band. We get our little arrows here. We get our red dot. So now we have the reversal confirmed. We had the exhaustion here. We are in the oversold area. So from that point on, we need to wait for red, 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 which we actually have already by the dot. So you could have taken an entry right here, stop loss above, and then off you go, all the way down. Works actually really good. Maybe I should trade indices. Yep. Does work. Let me see if I can add another one. Nasdaq, what was it? US 100, right? Yeah, US Tech. There you go. Let's see how that looks. It did the same thing again. Killed my indicator. Nasty. Okay, let me just, because I never had the chart open, so I'm just trying to get some history on the chart. And then I'll reload the template, and then hopefully, there we go. No, yeah. I don't know why it kills my indicator. That's strange. Oh, it looks almost like US 30, so I guess, yeah. We have the confirmation of the reversal here, and then we would have to wait until here. That would have been, yeah, entry here, stop loss underneath, and off you go. So yeah, I can confirm it does actually work on indices too. Very well, actually. Very clean setups. Hey Forrest, good morning. Good morning to the top of your head, or from the top of my head, or whatever. I forgot the saying, I'm sorry. Trying to be British, I can't. Let me just sort the chat windows here and bring them together so I can see them better. Oh, whoops. Not what I want to do. There we go. That's it. Now I can see Telegram and YouTube right next to each other. There you go. You missed all the important bits and pieces, Foss. No, I'm just kidding. So I said it earlier in the beginning, just to bring you up to speed real quick. I did have a loss here today. After that, I fiddled around with it. I was like, okay, what can I do to prevent that from happening in the future? And I brought back an older indicator that I used on the free template. I got rid of the yellow arrows. I made the chart a little cleaner. Just didn't like it, and we don't need them. And instead we have those little groups of arrows now, which in combination with that dot would confirm the reversal once price hits the blue band, which it did already here. This shifted down a little bit, but we had our first indication of reversal here, and then we get the confirmation of the arrows here. And once we get that, we can look down here for a confirmed entry, meaning all three on green, which would be right on this candle, and then off we go. That would have kept me from losing here. And on the odd USD, where I took a trade too, I'll show you here. It was a very similar setup. The old system gave a confirmation here, and you can see got stopped out right there. However, now with that new setup, we have our dot here. Once price comes out, that's the first thing we're looking for. And then here we have the arrows, and then once we get that, we wait for green, 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 which happens here on this candle, and then off we go. So, plus I learned the lesson not to trade during or out of my trading times. So yeah, I think that's a better combination. I also brought a currency meter, currency strength meter, so we don't have to look up on a different website. So we have it right there on the charts, and that horizontal line that you see here is just a marker for myself. That was the order block here. So basically from here all the way up to here is an order block. So that could be the turnaround point when we get up there. There's also some imbalance here at the same time. So even more reason for the market to come back. It was filled a little bit, but from this wick, yeah, pretty much all the way up to here we have imbalance and the order block at the same time. So my expectation is price to come up here, and then once we cross that line, or maybe we just dip in, I don't know, but somewhere around this area I'm expecting a turnaround. So that's just a reminder for myself where I see that happening. Hopefully we get up there quick so I can get an entry and then be done. Do the repaint? Yes and no. if you pay attention to this dotted line band, I hope you can see that on your screen. There are some dotted lines. So there's basically this dotted line band, and we have that solid line band within. So this dotted line band, you can see as price goes up, shifts immediately, so, or repaints, if you call it that way. And those arrows only appear when price comes out of that outside band. So in this case, I know because I was at the chart when it happened, those arrows were there right in this area. So it might have not been all of them, because as this band shifts up, more candle gets exposed to the outside of the band, and we would get more of a cluster. So at the time that this happened, we might have only had 1, 2, 3 arrows here, or 2. So as this band shifts up, we're going to see more and more appearing here, if that makes sense. So it changes as price moves, let me put it that way, but it's not a, hi Thiago, welcome, 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 my hero. Yeah, so I would say they do not repaint. It's just as the band moves, there might be more arrows exposed. Yeah, we have the dot. That's the first one we need. Well, first we need price to come out, which it actually did at this point, but the blue band shifted down. That's the nature of TMA bands. They constantly adjust, but we did come out of the band here. Then we had our dot, and then we would have to wait for those arrows to appear. And once we have both confirmations, then we can look for an entry, and then we look down, and we can see that all 3 indicators are green on this candle. So that would be an entry candle, and we would still be in that trade right now. So would I have had that on the screen last night in the evening when I took that trade? I would have not been stopped out. I would have never even taken that trade. That would have kept me from taking that trade at all. How are you doing, Thiago? You good? Nice to stop by. Yeah, and when I was done fiddling with the template, like I said, unfortunately it was right around in this area. And I already missed the entrance, the trade entry here, unfortunately. I only got stopped out and didn't get a re-entry because I was like, okay, what's wrong? Why is it not working? So I just took a step back, then I came back, and then I remembered that indicator, put it back on. I removed some of the other indicators that I didn't need anymore, and I think it actually looks nicer that way. It's not as clouded. Yeah, that indicator, don't use it for divergence at all. It is kind of like, it's very similar to an RSI, but I would not use that indicator for divergence at all. But I agree, yes, we do have divergence here from this point to this point. But you cannot use that indicator for divergence. You're better off getting a proper divergence indicator, either MACD with divergence or RSI with divergence. You're better off using that if you want to add that to the template. I actually think I have a, let me see, I have a MACD with divergence. Let's see if I can find it. Savvy MACD, yeah, there you go. Just to see what that looks like. Ooh. Yeah, that's, hold on, let me load some settings on this indicator because it looks terrible. Where are you? There you go. Okay, this should be better. There we go. Yeah, we had a divergence right here. It's kind of hard to see. Let me zoom in a little. Anyway, it's really hard to see because it's right in between the dots, but there's a divergence right here. Maybe if I zoom in a little bit, you can see the line here too. So I would use something like that for divergence, if anything. Don't rely on that indicator for divergence. That's not a good idea, I can tell you that. Okay, let me zoom out again. This is a little bit too big for me. There you go. Try to make room. I stream in 1080p now. Guys, let me know if that's better for you in 1080p, or the first night I streamed in 1440p. I would be interested to hear your opinion, what you guys prefer. Because for me it's easier in 1440p, but I think for YouTube and live trading purposes it's probably better to stream in 1080p. Let me know what you guys think. The first live trading video is 1440p. Every live trading video after that is 1080p. So you can compare them when you have time. Like I said, don't have to do that now. But if you have a chance, I would really appreciate if you would compare the two and let me know what you like better. It's probably 1080p, but like I said, if you actually couldn't care less either way, then I would prefer 1440p because it gives me a little bit more desktop property. Okay. So yeah, game plan for the night, and I'm not touching any other currency tonight. I'm not doing it. Made me miss the GBP USD trade, which actually turned out great. If you can see here, that was the entry here that I missed last night. I called it out. I said, oh man, we just missed it. And I went straight up to the other side. 50 pips. If you wait for candle close, 54 pips. That's the one I missed. So I'm just concentrating on my GBP USD. GBP USD was probably mad at me because I was fiddling around with other currencies last night. Did you go back to Euro GBP chart? What happened last night? Look at this. That was probably the news event that I mentioned last night. That happened in the morning, and it just went totally bonkers. All the euro pairs, for that matter, actually. Euro GBP did the same thing. Yeah, here. Euro NZD, same thing, same spike. Just nuts. That's why I don't trade news. Let's just disable the alarms here. I don't need those. No offense, Diago. Hello, hello. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at that. Euro NCD might... No, I'm not doing it. Am I doing it? It does look pretty though. Oh. Nah, I'm not doing it. I'll wait for GBP USD. There might be an entry on Euro NZD though. Okay, I'm just gonna watch this out of curiosity. Because this came way out of the band here. That was a monster trade. Look at this. Red dot is right on the top. And we get an entry right here. Down to where we are right now, that would be 142 pips. Crazy. That's on a 5-minute chart. That's nuts. Yeah, let's go back here so you can see better. Price did come out. Exhaustion, oversold. We get the arrows, we get the dot right on the top. Then we have to wait for red, which happens right here on the close of the, hold on. Yeah. Right here would have been the entry, stop loss, 22 pips. And then again, we wait until it comes out the other side, which it is where it is right now. 144 pips with a 22 pip stop loss. What is it, like a 1 to 7? Yep. Let's switch back and forth between pound and dollar and euro and ZD. Euro, let me just check euro USD. Oh, this turned around already. Let me see. Dot arrows, so confirmed. Entry right here. And off we go. Literally right at the bottom. Let me see. Let me go back a little bit. Yeah, it went crazy too. Arrows, 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 dot. Next candle, entry. All the way down to here. Also 144 pips. Nice. Depends on the stop loss that I'm using. I have a spreadsheet here. So I put my account size in. My risk percentage is 1%. And then I have 10 pip stop loss, 15 pip stop loss, 20 and 25. Whichever one is the closest one is the one I use. And then I have my lot size right here. So depending on where my stop loss is, it's going to be one of those. For now, I'll put a 15 pip stop loss lot size in there, 3.42. If I can get away with less, then I'll change it to 5.13. If I require more, I look back at the spreadsheet and then I have to go with one of those. But for now, I use a 15 pip stop loss in here. It always depends, like I said. With this method, you can literally put your stop loss right underneath the support. So in this case, with the Euro USD, let me zoom in a little bit. So the entry, hold on, I gotta zoom out again. Arrow. So the entry would have been on this candle here. We don't have support dots here, so probably, yeah, that would be a 5.5 pip stop loss. And we would be up 21 pips right now. So it always depends. where my entry is, and then I just use the closest one out of the prepared ones that I have. I do have an indicator. It's a free indicator. It's called Position Size Calculator, where you have some lines on the chart, and then you can move the stop loss line where you want your stop loss to be. And then with a key combination, you can enter the trade, and it automatically calculates your lot size based on your risk percentage. And I tried that earlier today, but I couldn't get it running for some reason. I think I'm missing some files because I just copied the indicator folder over to this FTMO challenge. And I think there's some scripts involved and whatnot, so I have to look into that again tomorrow. That would make it a lot easier, obviously, because you can set your stop loss and then just wait for your entry, hit your key combination, and it automatically does it for you and gets you in the trade with the stop loss. But I couldn't get it running before I started the stream, so I know there are some files missing from the other MT4 installation where I was using it, so I have to install it from scratch from the downloaded package that I have, because I know there are some additional files besides the indicator file. I know there's a script file and there's some library files and stuff like that that need to be installed too, and I was too lazy to do that today. So I'm gonna use my spreadsheet for tonight, and then hopefully tomorrow we can switch to the to that indicator. But it's free. It's available for free for download. It's called Position Size Calculator if you want it. It's actually really, really good. So Euro USD. No, here's the dot is right here. So again, price needs to come out of both bands, which it does here. Then we need arrows, which we have here too, and we need a blue dot, which we have here. Once that happens, we need to confirm with the bottom indicators. We have the exhaustion at the same point. We are oversold, and now it's just a matter of having those three agreeing and giving us an entry, which happens right here. Let me zoom in a little so you can see that better. So price comes out, arrows are here, dot is here, and now it's a matter of the bottom indicators. We can check mark this one, we can check mark this one, and now we have to wait for the bottom three to flip to green, which happens right here. You can see that right here. So on the close of this candle you could enter. Since we don't have a dot here, I would just go underneath the band with my stop loss, which would have been right around 5 pips. And then yeah, I would have played around a little bit and come a bit lower and whatnot, but eventually would take off and it would not hit the stop loss down there. Like I said, I would enter here and then put the stop loss right underneath that band, so about 5 pips. Never comes in close. And right now we would be up here. Yeah, the dot sometimes comes a lot earlier. That's okay. But we have to have it. Sometimes it comes a little bit late, like I showed you on GBP USD from New York session yesterday. We can see that when we had the entry here, we had our profit target hit here. So now we're looking for an entry. We have price coming out, that's already here. And then we have the arrows, that's already there too. Now we need to wait for the red dot. Unfortunately, the red dot doesn't come in until here, which is right. And even though they all agree, again, I do not take trades in the band. So on the close of this candle, we have everything confirmed. But I do not take a trade here. So in this case, I would wait for price to come back out, which happens here. So you could either take a trade here, which would give you a 22 pip stop loss, which would be a little bit too high for me. So I would wait if we go one higher, which it actually did. So we went one candle higher. So on the close of that candle, I would take the trade. That gives me like a 16 pip stop loss, and it would still go against me for a little bit, but then it would take off, and then it would have hit profit right here, because that's where it hit the band. So that would have been from here to here, right around 57, 58 pips. And then we didn't get an entry until here. But we might get a pullback now. That's good. So maybe we can actually jump into this trade. Yeah, in general, if you do a $50,000 challenge, I would probably go with a lot size between 2 and 3 lots, depending on the currency. You know, you always got to look at the pip value of that currency. But if you have a $10 currency like all the USD pairs, I would go with 3 lots probably on a $50,000 account. Well, depending on your stop loss, you know, depending on what time frame you're trading. On a 5 minute, I can get away with as low as 10 pips. But if you trade on a higher time frame, you have to calculate maybe a 30 pip or even a 50 pip stop loss, sometimes even a 100 pip stop loss if you go on a 4-hour chart. So it always depends, you know. There's a lot of factors that play into your stop loss. Time frame is definitely one of them. The higher the time frame, the bigger your stop loss is going to be. And then also it depends on the, like I said, on the different pip values of the currencies. The USD pairs usually are just straight $10 per one lot. So those are easy to calculate, but if you get it to like NZD, JPY, for example, I think it's right around 7 something. So you would have to look it up what the actual value at that time is, and then calculate your how many pips your stop loss is, and then you have to divide that by your risk. So it always depends on the currency, the time frame, pip value, how many pips your stop loss is. That tool that I'm hopefully going to show you tomorrow night actually does all of that for you. So it doesn't matter what currency you are, all you have to do is put in your percentage risk, which is, I use 1% risk. And then it has a line on the chart. So let's say I'm going to enter here. There would be a red line, so I move that red line up here because I want my stop loss to be here. And then I hit my key combination and it would open a trade here, calculate the lot size and put my stop loss right where I had my red line. That makes it a lot easier. Unfortunately, like I said, I didn't look into it to get it working for tonight. Actually, let me check. Maybe I can do that real quick. I mean, we're nowhere near anything interesting right now. Let's see. I think I know exactly what the file is. Okay, I need my keyboard. I'm lounging in my chair, so I don't have a physical keyboard. I need my on-screen keyboard. I think I was in this folder position. Yep, there it is. I knew it. Yeah, that shouldn't take too long. Extract here. Okay, let me see. Oh, that file is missing, okay. But I can't remember where to put it. Hold on. Let me bring my keyboard over. Oh no, I think that was it. That was it. No? Yep, that's the one. That is it. Where's the installation? So I'm looking, because I know that I see the file, I have it in the zip file, but I don't know where it goes. There it is. To install anything, make sure that you copy all 3 files. So okay, I do have that in there. Okay, that is strange. That's exactly what I did and it's not working. Oh, that's an updated. Let me download the updated version. Maybe that's the problem. Just download that. Test. Yes. Okay. I think I have that in there, but just in case. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get this to work. Oh, wrong folder. That's the one. Okay, 4. This is so big. Okay. Place. Okay. I got that updated. Alright, let's see if that works now. Okay. So you can see we have two lines here. The blue line is where price currently is, and then you have the green line. You can change the color in that. I usually change it to red to make it more obvious. So that's your stop loss line. So you would set that here, and then it shows you how many pips your stop loss at this point is, and then you put in your percentage risk, which by default is already 1%, and then with a script PSC trader, you can then either drag that on the chart to open a trade, or you can set a hotkey, which I have set to Alt Z. So if I hit Alt Z, it opens the trade with the stop loss where it is, and automatically calculates the lot size based on the pip distance and the currency pair value. Okay, Alt Z, set. So I'm gonna leave it on a chart. Let's test it out. Apparently I had everything right, but it didn't work earlier today when I tried to use it. And technically you don't need that window. You can actually minimize that as long as your percentage risk is in here, which it is. So when you have that, you can minimize it because you have the two lines here. And then depending on where you are, if your stop loss is underneath the price, it will automatically open up a buy. If your stop loss is above the price, it will automatically open up a sell position. That's how that works. Okay, first chart. Okay, we got that. Okay, is there a optimum time frame, best time frame videos for this indicator? Yes, there is. My trading time that I use is 1 a.m. until max 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that would be 2 hours before London session until 2 hours before the closing of New York session. That's the time that I usually trade in. And 50% of the times I get a trade right away on GBP USD right before London or in the London session. And as soon as I hop into a trade, I set my stop loss and then I go to bed, set my target on the blue band on the other side. And when I wake up and it's already closed out, great. If I wake up and I'm still in the trade, I manage it manually. But yeah, definitely London and New York sessions are the best sessions to trade with that indicator. I would not take trades in between sessions, like Asian or what's the other one? There's another one, but you know what I mean. So I start 2 hours before London open because a lot of setups actually happen right before London with this trading system. So there have been plenty of days where right after 1 a.m. I got an entry. So that's why I like to be at the chart at latest 1 a.m. Usually I go to the charts at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I check for news. If there's news on GBP USD, then I won't trade it during the news time. It's 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after. There's a no trading zone for me. If I'm in a trade, I usually just close it out at that point. I don't risk, I'd rather take a little bit of profit off the table before losing it all because of a news spike. But yeah, there's have been plenty of times where the entry was literally right after 1 a.m. or right at 1 a.m. That happens very often. And that's perfect because if I get an entry right away, I just enter the trade, set my stop loss, and I go right back to bed. And then when I wake up, like the shortest trade that I had took about 7 hours. I think 7 hours. Yeah. Actually, that trade yesterday might have been a little quicker. Let me check. So from here to here, that was 64 candles. Let's see, 64 candles times 5 minutes divided by 60. Okay, that was 5 hours. So in this case, if I would have taken that entry yesterday and I would have set my profit target at the blue line and it actually got hit here, I would have woken up to a closed out trade. So I don't usually, unless I trade live, I might stay on it for a little while. But if I trade by myself and I get this entry here, I enter the trade, I set my stop loss underneath here, and then I set my profit target at the blue line on the other side, and then I walk away and go to bed. And I usually sleep 6 hours, so by the time I woke up, this trade would have already been closed out right here. Yeah, right at this price level here. That would have been 55 pips. So no stress because, like I said, that was a really quick trade, but usually you can calculate a trade taking about 12 hours to a day, sometimes even 2 days, depending on how it goes. So there's no point to enter the trade and then sit at the chart and watch and make yourself nervous, or then doubt yourself and then, oh, it's going down again, let me just close it out real quick. You're your own worst enemy if you do that. Enter the trade, you know the system, you know the rules. When you get your entry, you take the trade, you set your stop loss, and you walk away. Set your profit target for the time being at the blue line where you enter, and then walk away. And then go to bed, come back 6 hours later, see where you're at. You might have been closed out already, you might be close, or sometimes you get, let me go back. Sometimes you get something like this, like the entry was right here, and then so right around here is 6 hours. So you don't even have to sit through that. You enter the trade, you set your stop loss, you come back 6 hours later and the trade is here, and then you just wait until price comes out, which takes another 2 or 3 hours, and then it takes another hour to get another 2 hours to get your entry. So there's no rush. Like I said, minimum I would walk away is 6 hours. Don't even bother sitting at the chart. Take your entry, set your stop loss, walk away. Put your profit target at the blue band. In this case, like I said, you come back here, right around here, so you can take the profit target off and then enter at the reversed entry, so it would have given you a little bit more profit here. But there's nothing wrong with waking up and the trade has closed out in profit. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, they're bringing it back. Look at that. There's an order block right here. Yep. Let's see. Let me put a line on there so you guys can see that too. This is the last buy order block here. So if we come in here and we get dots and We might get an entry here. Here, let me put the order block indicator on the chart so you can see it better. There we go. Yeah, here, see this blue? That's an order block sitting right there. The line is where it starts and it goes all the way down to here. And this is the other order block I was talking about. This candle here. Yeah, if we go in there, I'm gonna take a trade. That's only 7.5 pips, so I can go with 10 pips. 10 pips would be 530. No, 513, right? 513. 513. There we go. There's an order block underneath too. Shit, I didn't see that. Ooh. Let's see. Maybe I wait for confirmation until we get a bullish candle. Probably better. But that's awfully nice that they bring it back. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so there's order block underneath here too. Can take the lines off now. I'll leave that on. That's the order block up here. Yeah, I'll wait for confirmation. I'm not gonna gamble. So once it hits the order block and we get a bullish candle, I take an entry. Okay, we hit the order block. Let's see what happens. Yes, but I don't think we're gonna come down here. I think we're just gonna dip in a little bit into this order block here. And my stop loss would be right where the dotted line is right now. So I don't think it's gonna go that far down. It usually just dips in a little bit. Ooh, maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, there's a second order block underneath here. Right here, maybe it's going for that one too. So we'll see what happens. So I definitely tapped into this order block. And we get a rejection. Well, let's see. Let's wait until the candle closes. If you get a hammer candle here, I'm almost willing to take a trade. Let's see, it goes all the way up. Yeah, it would still be good with 10 pips. Okay. Now for this trade, I'm ignoring my trading system. That's a smart money concept trade. So don't get that confused. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, it actually would have hit the stop loss. Wow. Right on it. So if it stays like that or goes a little bit higher, I'm willing to take the trade right away. If it closes down there, I'm gonna wait for a bullish candle to enter the trade, depending on what happens until the candle closes. Yeah, I'm gonna take a trade here. Okay. We also had the support dot showing up. So let's put the stop loss right here. It's a little bit more than I wanted. 800, okay. But they could hit that order block too, so not taking chances. Down here should be safe. Okay, we have a support dot printing, so very nice. So maybe they were just going for that one. Let me zoom in a little. This is so cluttered there. So you can see this bearish candle here was our order block, and it dipped right in there. Actually hit the closing of this candle on almost on the pip, and you can also see by those massive candles compared. If you look at the other candles here, the average size of those candles, and then look at those candles and how quickly they brought it down here, that's the market makers. They're hitting that order block to negate those orders and should shoot it up now. So let's see. That has nothing to do with my strategy, but that's a smart money concept trade. Let me just remove that order block indicator again. We don't need it. Okay, so in the trade, I have my stop loss down here because there was another order block right underneath that was not tapped into yet. So I didn't want to take any chances. But down here we should be safe with the stop loss. It might still come down a little bit and hit that order block here. take profit would be right here. Let me disable those lines here. There's enough going on a chart. Okay. That would be 2300. That would definitely help with the challenge. Okay, looking good. I was afraid that it could come down to the other order block that was right underneath, because this candle actually did not tap into it. There was a little bit space in between. So it could have been that they brought it all the way down to the bottom order block here underneath. That's why I put my stop loss underneath that order block, just in case. But it looks like they were going for this one. So it's all good. And that was, you can see that massive candle that went down here. That's also institutions. So they had to negate those orders that they used to push price down. And that's what they just did here. And now we should go up. Hopefully fairly quickly. See what happens. Yeah, retail traders are not able to produce candles like this. See this massive candle? Retail trader cannot do this. That's definitely institutions. And they used price to push it down to hit all the stop loss orders, including mine. And then the price went away, and now they had to come back and negate those sell orders they used to push price down. They closed them at break even here, and now they're taking off. At least that's the theory. Let's see what happens. How are your flip-flops, Foss? I'm just teasing. Ignore me. It's definitely nice to see the support dots here as a additional confirmation. And you can see now the price came out of that dotted band. We get those little arrows here. So they're not repainting. They show up as soon as price comes out. Now if price goes up again, and as this band shifts higher, we might even see a candle, an arrow on this candle. Sorry, I had to. Yeah, regarding the question if those arrows repaint, you can see them as soon as price comes out of this band. You can see the arrows. However, if price hopefully goes up again and this band shifts up with price going up, you're gonna see more arrows appear here. How good for you, mate. You could use some sun over there. I know. Yeah, but that was awfully nice that they brought it all the way back so I can actually get in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The least they can do after stopping me out twice today, or yesterday. Ooh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't get a nap in before the session tonight. So yeah, now if we hit the middle line, I'm gonna set my stop loss to break even. Wait. Yeah, so in this case, my stop loss was based on 10 pips, so I could use the 5.13 lots, which I'm gonna bring it back to 10 pips now because it looks like that was the order block they were going for. So let's bring this back to 10 pips. 11, 9.5, 9.9. Come on. One tick down. Alright, so now we are at exactly 10 pips. Yep. I just wanted to see if they maybe tap into the other order block first. That's why I put it a little bit out of the way, but 10 pips is the intended stop loss, so we're good. Okay, so we have 5 lots on the way up. Oh, you're in Singapore? Cool. Wait. Is that a different username by any chance? Because I know someone else from Singapore. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just asking. Because one of my older chat friends is from Singapore too, and he actually showed up last night. So I'm just wondering if that is you with a different username. That's all. Yeah, here it's hot too. I'm in southeast Florida. Let me check the temperature right now. Well, we have 76 right now, but it's 3 a.m. in the morning, so 76 Fahrenheit. Is that correct? 75 right now, 75. But like I said, 3 a.m. at night, so here we go. We got a runner. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that was awfully nice that they brought the price back. So in 15 minutes, London is opening up. Hopefully we get a little bit more momentum on that trade and I might be in and out quick. I mean, technically we should go up to this line. I don't know. Let me put this indicator back on. Yeah, okay. Okay. 2, 3, yeah. So in theory we should tap into this order block here. Let's just move it up there. See what happens. I can always manually close it. So, right around here. That would be 26, close to 26. Maybe here. Get rid of this line. There we go. Modify. One tick down. There we go, 2600. So here you can see the other order block that I was talking about, and we didn't have price tap into this one. Here, it did not touch it. So theoretically they could have brought it back all the way here. And actually I'm gonna leave my stop loss right here for now, just in case, but they shouldn't come back here. So if you do get a nice bullish, bearish, bullish combination, then I can move the stop loss to the support dots up here. I would feel comfortable enough to do that. Now it's just a matter of time. Let's zoom out again. There you go. So you can expect a little bit of back and forth at those order blocks because it needs to go through it, but if it shows a little bit of rejection and then breaks through, that is actually a good sign. So that's a very healthy sign actually. About 10 more minutes until London open. Okay, so if we break this high now here, this order block was basically just filled. So if you break that high, then I feel comfortable enough to put my stop loss right underneath those dots and reduce my risk a little bit. Actually, because we have London opening, I'm just going to put my stop loss underneath that order block again for now. Because if they do fill it, then I don't want to be right there. So right underneath. And when we break that high, I'm going to pull it up. Just in case, to be safe. So at the moment we're risking a little bit more than 1.5% actually, but that's fine. Now we're just gonna let it play out. Hopefully we get up to that order block, that would be nice. not bring it down to that order block. Let's see. Okay, 2000, so I'm good there. Just in case that trade goes south, I'm still within my permitted loss for the day. So they are going for this one. They want to sweep the lows one more time. Hopefully it doesn't go all the way down to my stop loss. Okay, that's good. I like to see that. It literally just tapped in there. Half a pip. So far. Candle's not closed yet, but so they were going for this one here. I had a feeling because I told you before, this here did not touch that order block. So there was still some imbalance left and the order block itself, so it needed to be filled. Hopefully we turn around here. If not, like I said, this is the max I want to risk. If it goes past that point, then it's invalid. But that looks good. I'd like to see the rejection. Phew. Keep going up. Yeah, so they tapped into that order block and took out the liquidity underneath here as well. Let's hope that was it. Next one would be down here. That's a little too far, I think. But you never know. Okay. Looks like we're good. So with the current settings, I show the next two order blocks in either direction, which would be 2 down here and 2 up here. As soon as we clear this one, the big one pops up again up here. And I have my profit target right before it, because that will coincide with coming outside of the band, and that will be the first order block we have there. So if we make it up there, I'm happy. That would be my trade for the day. Usually I would go to bed at this point, but since I'm live, I'm gonna sit it out with you guys, at least for a little bit. And again, once we break this high, I'll move my stop loss up a little bit. Where am I at now? So I had 99. 9.99 plus 1650, 22 plus 88.60. Okay, so currently with closed profit we're at 13.11, and if we get the 2600 from this trade, we will be at 3900. So almost 80% of the way. I hear my roommate snoring again. Cats are quiet. They're both sleeping right now. Guys, just a reminder, hit the like button. You got nothing to do anyway right now, hopefully. Leave me a like. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Very appreciated. Just gonna see Euro NC for a second. Ooh. Ooh, that looks awfully nice. Damn, that came out quite a while. Quite way out there. I just hit that order block right there. Let's see. 15 pips. Gonna keep an eye on that one. Yeah, my reasoning behind it is actually a little selfish, to be honest. I'm trying to hold myself accountable. That's why I'm trading live. I hope that makes sense. I know it's a weird reasoning, but it keeps me in line. I'm not going crazy. Gotta keep an eye on that one. I failed a couple of them. That's when I started working on the system here, and about 6 weeks ago I did a free trial again, passed. Then I did another free trial, passed again, and then I did some last minute modifications to it, and I was like, okay, I'm good to go. And then I signed up for the real challenge again. So it's definitely, my advice is definitely to do the free trial twice, back to back, and pass it twice, to basically prove to yourself that you can actually do it. And the reason why I did it twice is to make sure it was not just a fluke. But if you do two free trials back to back and you passed, then go for it. If you don't do that, you're risking the money for nothing. You gotta know that you can handle it. The problem is the low tolerance on drawdown, with a daily loss and overall loss not to exceed 5 or 10%. That's pretty hard. So you gotta keep it at 1% risk. And usually, if you lose 2 trades in a row, you shouldn't trade for that day. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, that sucks then. Yeah, like I said, I did 2 free trials back to back, and I passed both of them, and I was like, okay, I'm ready. Yeah, but if I would lose this trade, I would be done for the day, just to stay within the limits. Am I on? Oh yeah, I am. Put this down here again. 2. As I said, as soon as we take out this order block here and break this high, that's when I'm gonna move my stop loss up. We did get a support dot here now, So that's good. We're still not fully green on all of them, so I'm not gonna move my stop loss yet. But once we take this order block out and go past it and break this high, then I feel comfortable to do that. Yeah. The first time I took my challenge, I passed it on demo too, but I only did it once, and then I went for it, and then I totally screwed it up. I disregarded all my rules I had and everything, and started revenge trading and all that kind of shit, and messed it up. It's definitely a little bit different if you actually go for the challenge. I don't know what it is. You really have to keep yourself accountable to follow your step-by-step rules to the T. Oh, we got dots now. That's good. Yay. That's a good sign. It definitely puts a lot of stress on you. Yeah, like I said, just do 2 free trials back to back, and then if you can pass them both, make sure you really follow all your rules that you have for whatever trading system you use, and then go for it. That's definitely my recommendation regarding prop firm challenges. At least twice back to back. If you have the time, hell, do it 3 times. Just to be sure. Make sure you got all your trading rules written out. Your complete trading plan, how you're gonna manage the trade, where you're gonna take profit, when you're gonna move it to break even, where you put your stop loss, so there's no guesswork. And then you really have to work like a machine and just follow your own rules regarding your entries and trade management and risk reward. I would definitely not risk more than 1% in the challenge. And if you're able to backtest your strategy, then backtest it. Unfortunately, I can't do that with this system because it's a multi-time frame. Some of those indicators are on a different time frame, and it doesn't work in MT4 with the strategy tester to backtest it. And a friend of mine, Thiago, he actually pointed out a software that allows you to trade like real life, but with speeding up the process in MT4 to backtest the strategy with indicators and everything, but it still doesn't work on multi-time frame indicators. And it was also very, very slow on my end, so I couldn't use that either. But if let's say you have a strategy with trading view indicators or whatever, and you can go back in time with them. Definitely backtest as much as you can. I would say at least 500 to 1,000 trades back, and then see where your win-lose ratio is, how many consecutive losses, how many consecutive wins, and especially the losses, the max you had, and then you can gauge your risk percentage for the challenge, because you have a 5% per day and 10% max drawdown. So, you know, if you have a strategy that gives you, under extreme circumstances, 5 consecutive losses, then you have to be aware of that and adjust your risk accordingly. That's also very important. Yeah, I appreciate it, but it's not available yet. Like I said, I'm again made changes today because of my 2 losses earlier. Trying to avoid those in the future. Hopefully that works. I want to get through the challenge first, FTMO challenge. Once that is done and I actually pass, then I will have a sit down with Diago. He was here earlier in the chat. I don't know if he's still here. I don't see who is in the chat and who is not, unfortunately. No, I can't see that anyway. But anyway, I'm gonna have a sit down with him, and then we're going to combine all the indicators that I have here to one single indicator, and it will just give you a buy and a sell arrow, and that's it. So it's going to be extremely easy, naked chart, and all you have is a buy and a sell arrow. Buy here, sell here, stop loss underneath the last high or low, and super simple. So hopefully we can pull this off, and then once we have that, then I'm thinking about selling it. And he might even be able to make an EA out of that, an expert advisor. So you don't even have to trade manually anymore. And the good thing is that it's gonna follow my system to the T. So that means it's gonna be one trade with stop loss. There's not gonna be any martingale bullshit going on or anything like that. It's just take the trade at the defined entry, set your stop loss, you know where the profit target is, let the trade go, and then if that works out, it should be very profitable. So the hardest part was to get the system together and to work. And like I said, I did pass 2 challenges with it, free trials beforehand. I did make some changes though today because I had those losses. And then I always think about, okay, what can I do to avoid those losses? And yeah, hopefully I managed to do that today. It looks like it. And yeah, if I pass and everything goes well, then again we're going to have a sit down, see if we can combine that into one single buy sell arrow indicator that doesn't repaint. However, you're not going to win every trade either, so don't take it as a bulletproof system where you do not lose any trades. You can still lose trades with it, but the win ratio, I would say from experience, from trading the system, is about out of 10 trades, you're going to lose 2 on average. And the average risk-reward ratio is about 1:8. So if you have an 80% win rate with a 1:8 risk-reward ratio on average, you're good. You're more than good. So even if we lose a trade here and there, you should be fine. Yeah, and then you can either purchase the manual system with the arrow on the chart, and then, like I said, stop loss underneath the last high, last low, or above the last high, and you can manually trade it, or you go for the EA and let the EA trade for you. That's the plan. The hardest part of that work is done, meaning putting that system together. Now it's a matter of if you're able to transform that into one single indicator. So we'll see. Or at least make it as easy as we can, if that makes sense. Maybe we have to have a couple of indicators on the chart in order to make it work. I'm not sure yet. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with programming indicators. So that's a matter of my partner in crime to get his hands on it and get it done, hopefully. However, once we do have an indicator, we can definitely write the EA fairly easily. All right, Foss, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your day, your sunny day with the flip-flops. I'll see you tomorrow night. Appreciate you stopping by. This back and forth is actually pretty healthy. A lot of people get nervous when it happens. but this way the market doesn't leave any imbalances behind. So that means you have free way up, and compared to this where it moves really quick. You can see there's a lot of imbalances in between left that need to be filled. So that means the market needs a return here, at least, to fill those imbalances. Because we literally had no buyers in this area, for example, at all. This was already filled, but this needs to be filled as well. And then, like I said, we have an order block right above the band, so I'm guessing that's where they're gonna bring price to. MT5, yeah. Well, that doesn't depend on me. That depends on my partner. Like I said, I'm not a programmer. I'm not sure if he is familiar with MQL5 and MT5. I think he is, but I would have to ask him. But sure, yeah, if he can, would make sense to have both versions available, since they basically retired MT4 officially. Not sure how long they're gonna keep supporting it, but definitely, yeah, if you can, there will be an MT5 version as well. If he can. I hope he can. I'm the brain that came up with it. He's the brain that's gonna transform it into an indicator, and hopefully an EA as well. An EA would be killer with this strategy. You pick 5 pairs that work well. Unfortunately, not every pair works well with it. Some pairs I wouldn't trade with it. I mean, it does work, but the way those pairs are moving is just, you're gonna get a lot more stop losses hit. And so I would just run it on like 4 or 5 pairs that work really well with that strategy, and then that would be killer. You don't even have to sit here anymore. And usually get around one trade per day on average. Okay, maybe one per every 2 days. But if you have that running on 5 pairs, and your average risk reward is 1 to 8, that can make you a lot of money really quick. Hi, lady. What are you doing? Why are you down there? What are you doing, lady? Sorry. I'm gonna mute myself for a second here so I can grab a water. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Where's my... Okay. And Telegram. Can you guys hear me? Just making sure I did this right. Let me know in the chat. I would appreciate that. Either way, Telegram or YouTube chat, that's fine. I have both open. Thank you all. Just gonna move this down for now. Oh, go back. Okay. Okay. I think I moved that profit target by accident. Let's see. No? All good. Okay. Yeah, like I said, this order block here is my target right before that. should be able to make it up there. Well, depending on how long it takes. Like I said, there's high impact news coming out at around 8:30 my time, so I'm trying to be out of the market by 8-ish. Definitely not liking this. Oh shit, there's another one. Okay. That's it though. Okay. Yeah, there was a 5-minute order block down here, and within that 5-minute order block is actually a 1-minute order block that has not been tapped into yet. So that's why I moved it below that. But that's the most I will go. If it goes through that, then I'm out. Even though we did tap in that 5-minute order block, we did not tap into that 1-minute order block that was in that area. So it could still come back down to here. It should definitely not go past it, so we'll see. serious? Alright, so we're tapping into that order block. Let's see what happens. Like I said before, if it does break that order block, I'm out. I don't know. I don't want to be in that trade anymore at that time. Alright, let's hope that was it. Want to see something. Why is that? That doesn't look good at all. Yeah, if my stop loss gets hit here, I have to check my stats for the day. I might have to stop until tomorrow night because I don't want to exceed my daily loss. Come on. British pound needs to get their shit together. Quickly. Come on. You can do it. Okay. Please tell me that was it. Tell me that was it. Come on. Come on. Okay. So we did form a new 1 minute order block here. You can see that down here, the blue one. Right here. That's a good sign. I definitely want to see that high being broken before I celebrate. Also, it'd be nice if those indicators catch up and switch to green, all of them. That would definitely make me feel better. Yeah, I saw there's high impact news at around 8:30 my time in 4 hours. We got those two, and this one here. So we got about 4 hours left. Good morning, Lily. The cats have risen. So if you hear some disturbances in the background, that's the cats. They like to play around at night. Alright, come on. Let's do this. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Come on. Oh, come on. We gained a little bit of strength back, so it's not enough though. Let's see what happens. Like I said, this is the lowest I go with my stop loss. After that, I'm out. As a matter of fact, I can move it up now to here. Because if it breaks that order block again, then there's no point in staying in it. Just want to take a look at Euro NCD real quick, because that looked pretty good too. Jesus. Getting hammered too. It's definitely not done yet. I'm gonna keep an eye on that one too. Pound is getting pounded. Okay, we got a dot. First good sign. We did completely exhaust. That's another good sign. We have the arrows, we have the dot. Now those catch up, I would feel much better. Let's see if we can take them out. just moved it underneath the dot here. We have a buy dot too. We got the exhaustion, we got the oversold level. So if I see a green all around here, I'm happy. Strength is coming back into the pound, so that's good. That's also a good sign. Come on, little push, break it. Come on. Oh, we got a second bullish order block, so that's also a good sign. Now we need to break through this one and make a new high. Alright, we broke that high. Another good sign. Now we need to get through those two order blocks here and hopefully break that high, and then I'm really feeling good about it. Good. Nope. Here we go. The cat's artwork. 80. That's not nice. Gotta break this low, this high. No. Slowly gaining strength too. Check on your NCD. Still going. Wow. That would have been a monster trade. All the way up here, all the way to down here. Crazy. All right. Okay, that looks good. So it tapped into that order block, and hopefully it'll give it enough to go break this high. Hi, Lily. Come here. Come, baby. Hi, Lily. Hi, Lily. Yeah, my strategy is basically based on the 1 hour TMA band. If I go to the 1 hour time frame, you can see that price comes out of the TMA band and comes up here and goes down again, comes out, goes up, comes out, goes down, comes out, goes up, comes out, and now we finally came out again. 5 minutes, that's what it looks like. You could have gotten in up here and technically would still be in the trade, so the band did not come out yet. I'm just hoping we can get like a little pullback up to the other side. Yeah, but technically the rules say the band needs to come out of the blue band before we look for an entry, kind of like it is on Euro NZD right now. The band fully came out. We have buy dots, we have little arrows. So as soon as all three of those catch up, we would have an entry here. That's why I keep my eye on it, because Euro NZD can move a lot. If you would have gotten into this trade here, hello. So the band came out here. We had our arrows, we had the red dot, we had support, and we had all three indicators on red right on the closing of this candle. So that would have been your entry, and then you would still be in this trade right now, all the way down to here. How many pips is that? Let me see. So from here to here, 200 pips in a day. So I'm definitely gonna keep my eye on this one right now. Do have all the confirmations here that we need that there's a reversal in progress, so that now it's just a matter of time until the indicators flip to green, and then we can take an entry here too. Definitely gonna keep my eye on this one. Sell? I'm buying. Like I said, I have my stop loss right here, so if it hits that, I'm out of the trade. Not gonna let it go further than that. Yeah. Definitely not looking good. You might be right, Leo. Euro NZD again. Yeah, definitely gonna keep my eye on that one. Your secret? I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by secret? Well, it kind of looks like GBP USD is turning around here, so keep an eye on it if you're in a trade. If this candle closes up here, we hit just and breaks that high, then I can see it going up. Crazy kitties. I just saw that I don't have GBP AUD on there. Why not? There it is. I don't need odd cat. Hide. Hide. Oh, can't hide it. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. It's all pairs that I don't trade. I leave that. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. I leave that on. Don't need that one. Okay. Yeah, I still don't understand what secret do you want to share. I don't understand what you mean by that. That's it down for now. Let me know. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Alright, come on. Give it a nice push. Okay, so we have green here, green here. We had one green here. Let's see if that flips to constantly green. And then I hope Leo is out of his trade, because that means it's gone up again. Gonna check on Euro and see real quick. No, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. Perfect. I definitely need to break this high. That's important. Then I can ease up a little bit. I'm just gonna set my profit target right here and call it a night because I'm getting tired. I'm sorry, guys. My stop loss is in place, my profit target is in place, and then let's see what happens when I wake up. There's not much more I can do at this point. Alrighty, do me a favor, like I said, like the video, subscribe, and I'll be back tomorrow night around 12:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 2 hours and 15 minutes before London Open. Then we can go over the news, check for events, and then hopefully catch a trade tomorrow. And I'll tell you what happened to this trade tomorrow too. I mean, you can see it on your own chart, but just a recap. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you all have a great rest of the night or morning. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.